What in the fuck is going on? Okay, so we are live, I guess. Hooray. I don't know why it wasn't live before. I definitely pressed the go live button, but okay, it's live now. Sorry, YouTube. Scuffed as usual. That's just my thing. Hold up. Okay, gotta untangle wires. But yeah, thanks for telling me, Lou. It would probably be like 10 minutes in when I figure it out. Alright. But anyway, now that we're on track. So now at the end of the time killing time thing, we have been told about like going to a warp train. And so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the murder on the Warp Express. Hell yeah. There's a murder mystery on the train. Let's go. What's the Moody doing? Their best. Moody, I'm a chicken tender. I turned into a chicken tender. You're chicken tender, Rax? God damn. Public transport in the city can't be that bad, right? Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Aww. Sorry, I saw that and I'm like, damn. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Corp. Got into a fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a blink of an eye, but... Dante, please respond. There's... The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that I woke up mid-transit on the warp train. Yeah, that sounds dangerous, not gonna lie. Oh, by the way, welcome to the stream, Madi and Liquid Rax. Glad to have y'all here. Yes? Oh. Crazy. Crazy? No, I was crazy. Once they locked me up in a room with rats, and I hate rats, and made me go crazy. Anyway. Yo, pink intervallo? Oh, good to know. Can someone redeem Limbus Company sound effects, please? Oh, no. Enough with the rats. Oh, never. Anyway, but yeah, I've heard like many like ideas and stories about like how terrifying it must be to wake up mid teleportation. Like when you're supposed to be unconscious. Sounds terrifying. Which can only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension? Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but what the hell happened? The first things first. Let's rewind and Oh. Did you watch the video? Which video? I do not know videos. I have never heard of a video. Oh, fuck. They're in dark stuff? Why? Why dark? Dante is about to explain. Gato! Alright, let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we found ourselves in. Okay, I adapted like Maharaga. That didn't hurt as much as it did before. A few days ago. Oh. Okay, I'm getting better. I understand it now. Okay, our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Verily, I must have misheard. I'm quite certain you didn't, Don Quixote. We are now en route to the T-Corp warp train station. What the warp train station? Must have some conundrum that must be solved there, indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Did a distortion pop up at one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs. But no, we are boarding the warp train to get to P-Corp. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfound shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Oh shoot, I just realized I forgot my glasses. Hold up, I'll be back real quick. Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train state operations. I'm about to limbust. Yep, you are. Welcome to the stream, Delts. Glad to have you here. 3 Delts. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Though I have very dim, if present at all, recollections from the time during which I wear the identities. It can be determined from the conversational records between the manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind warp train operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh yeah, it's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories? I also heard that the passengers get so wary of boredom that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identity's memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's all over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to initially block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I have a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I have an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, Maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your collective agitation and possible incompliance have already been anticipated. Lady Faust? Then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known this all along, as no knowledge is outside of Faust's reach. Naturally, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train. So what is it? The bus? Oh, what about the bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car. Charon vetoes too. No one to feed Mephi when Charon's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus began to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier. Wait, hold up. I just realized I'm not able to see chat. Wait, never mind. Okay, it's fixed. Alright, back to reading. First class passengers? What, the seats for those pompous toffs? Even on normal trains, you've got those sods whose proudest accomplishments in life is planting their arses in the first class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Economy ticket? I don't think I've heard of that before. Must be a Limbus thing. Why are you glaring at me like that? I've never been in one of those first-class seats before, either. Isn't the ticket for a single first-class seat, like, as expensive as 3 or 4 months' salary of a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle getting a ticket for us each? Have you not been on a plane before? No, actually. I have not. I've always wanted to be on one, though. But, you know, money. Never heard of Eco Class? Nope. The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonuses stuff, like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes. They are flash freeze hibernation capsules, to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B. Passengers will feel as though the trip is over in the blink of an eye. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar, yet welcome. To provide such extravagance merely for our comfort, such an occurrence is quite seldom. Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip just the guide and Charon into first class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to those seats. I wonder who that loyal advisor would be. God, I fucking love her sense of humor. Me neither, to be fair. I know it exists, I just don't know what it is exactly. Yeah, me neither. Selfish Otis. I'm pretty sure she's just joking. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, right? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. What is your ID? I do not remember. Also, welcome to the stream, Zero Crash. Glad to have you here. Right? I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about... For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first-class car. If they can even attempt to open it, I mean. I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. She better be? I'm sure she is. Ishmael, who'd been holding the first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering with fire in her eyes. Oh yeah, I forgot. Ishmael likes to read, like, the papers, like, to, like, the pamphlets to, like, other places. So, like, she definitely knows something. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just had to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances weren't in the gutter, and... Oh. A true adventure is not without its hardships. Yet, even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, the hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of quantum... Indeed. Ishmael is the only sinner who reads? Yeah, honestly, Ishmael, the only non-Yu-Gi-Oh player, apparently. Absolutely. I really love that fact about Ishmael and how, like, she reads the pamphlets before, like, getting into anywhere. Because it really, like, solidifies what I think about her design and how, like, she clearly seems like a person prepared for everything. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in their first-class seats. I will board the train if I must. Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Virgilius pretended not to hear Ryoshi's question. Very well. Then I assume that we are all in agreement. Let's go. I've a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? Out with it, lass. Beating around the bush ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is... in the first-class seats. I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water? Oh, come on now. Where did that nonsense gossip come from this time? 'Tis no gossip, forsooth. I have overheard aught from those we have walked past here today, and when one of them inquired, you know you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man. And what am I, stupid? Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me. I've never been on one of these either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a second. I mustn't be separated from Rocinante, not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Just in case you don't know, Lou, Rocinante is her shoes, her boots. Yeah, she named her shoes have a name. It's actually named after Don Quixote's horse in the book. But yeah, Anyway, there's some importance to her shoes, don't worry. Oi, you little... I implore thee, O illustrious red gaze, prithee, grant thy permission and allow me to board with Rocinante. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance. Fine. Keep your shoes on. She named her shoes? Uh-huh. Well, I don't know if she named it or not. I don't remember. From what I've been spoiled. Okay, next up, the Northern Fixer. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Aha! So this is... Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them? I've got nothing. Oi! Know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards Mersault with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from its respective nests' architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many culture's cornerstones of the city. I have no idea what happened, but Heathcliff started treating Mersault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Mersault! Young Mersault! Lo! Is that passenger over yonder? One from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends, often visible in the outfits of the Western population, while the individual's cloth-based style is something ubiquitously observed throughout the population of North and South. They are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lecture. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in puffy, loose-fitting outfits, understandably so, given the color climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Huh? What? 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums. You're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implanted in my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who's never seen a warp train before. Damn it! I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose sight and lose my target. And now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. Guys, is it that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? And the round trip ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Whoa, watch out, big fella. Someone might seriously get hurt if you keep swinging those 4 arms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Prithee, wilt thou stand for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes, and I... Seriously? The Fixer, with a particular impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off into to a different platform. Ah, indeed, 'tis grand, this city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess there really are a lot of people in the city with full-body prosthetics. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Huh? Will the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us? W Corp policy demands that fixers bestowed with a color title must board a train specifically prepared for them instead. Oh, are you like riding the first class plus or something? That's a color fixer for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes. Charon wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi'll be lonely. I've told you before, Charon. 3 separate times, actually. Each time I bought you one of those candies that people aren't allowed... Wait, 3 separate times, actually. Each time I bought you one of those candies that people aren't allowed aboard the freight cars. Well then, Miss Faust. Yes. Oh, God. Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our car. Damn. Whoa, hey, our colors are starting to come back. Oh. Hey, these must be the fabled complimentary food and drinks of the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like this, like these, gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by a rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents the damage to your cells during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issue. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell membrane breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change, or by the formation of sharp ice crystals from frozen water molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware, even if an issue were to arise during the journey, everyone will be reverted to their original state at the start of the train's trips upon arrival. The outcome will be no different from there having been no issue in the first place. You've got some real talent for dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words. Seriously. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited into a singular field. Okay, but there still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that something odd was about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware? Are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There still exists in the world of information to which Faust is yet to have access. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Okay. They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. P Corp's way up there in the northernmost corner of the city. But this thing will take us there in a blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time secure. Prepare thyself, Rocinante. Thus begins the long jaunt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes? Where did that come from, Rhodia? No, I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale. When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of gross, slimy bits on us. So they were on our clothes and our shoes, everything. Yeah. And do you remember how much we had to scrub to get that bloody, fishy, fleshy gunk out of our clothes? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right? And do you also remember how Don Quixote never took off her shoes once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now. Behold, hearken to it, and remember it well. They don't spare us even a moment of quiet, do they? Wowzer! Have you been on one of these before, Otis? I have been treated to a premium VIP seat of similar grandiosity back then. This is nothing to fuss over. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her leg, suddenly asked Faust a question. Oh. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occur on one of these first-class cars, yes? In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, this is making me more curious about Otis's past. So she's been on a warp train before, or I don't know. I'll read into it later. Oh, looks like the train's about to depart. This is for warp train PW612 bound for P Corp. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car suddenly became a lot busier. Then, let us hurry and enter our capsules before it's too late. Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners had made it into their capsules no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling. Are you nervous, Dante? I think so. I like Cassidy saying bleh to Don Quixote never taking off her shoes. Those must be the smelliest shoes of all time. God, I do not want to imagine how her feet smell, actually. I mean, then again, she has to shower with with those things on. I wouldn't be surprised if she does that. You? Yeah, Don Quixote's really weird. But trust me, there's a reason why she wears her shoes all the time. Warp trains are crazy AF? Well, I'm about to learn why. I mean, I know a couple of things, but not enough. Girl, you stink! Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and... Faust expert... Look at Don Quixote! Like, everyone's just, like, chilling, and fucking Don Quixote is, like, so fucking extra. Oh my goodness. Stinky Quixote? Yeah, Stinky Quixote. Also, welcome to the stream, Amity Aries. Glad to have you here. Faust expertly guided me into the capsules as though she'd done something like this before. Then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule, opposite of mine. Little did I know, back then, what she really meant by, we will meet again in but a moment. Dante, you must wake up. Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was... an unexpected situation has occurred. Oof. That something had seriously gone wrong. Damn. It's so funny that everyone was, like, very cautious. And Faust is like, don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen because the chances are very low. And then it's like, the low chances appear, and it's like, fuck. Okay, more story. We're here already? Wow, I guess that it wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in a blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of emotive expression. Which I suppose is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry? I don't know. Where's your lunacy? Wait, what? Where's your lunacy? Walp is about to hit? Walp is about to hit?! I honestly had no idea Walp was about to hit. Ah, fuck. Okay, well... that's not ideal. Well, I gotta continue with the story. No, we have not yet arrived at our destination. Huh? But once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again. Tato! Well, I'm gonna keep reading. Well, you know what? Never mind. I gotta rechat. Yeah, 2 weeks minimum? Fuck. Another wall hit the lunacy. Oh my god, and I was spending lunacy on Gregor. Fuck. Quit the game? No. Not ideal. My beloved is on the screen? Nice. Alright. And realized that her expression was more angsty than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running? Yes. Then, where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see, but I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this has to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all a part of the plan, right, Faust? Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You're half correct, yet half incorrect. With that said, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh boy. Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened in the blink of an... No. Oh, what's this? We're here already? For real? It really happened in a blink of an... No. Whoa, we're here already? I guess I really was worrying over nothing. No. Oh, no. I have not uttered a single word yet. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, bloated silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. And that brings us to the present. Let me get... Alright. Hold on. Before I keep reading, I'm gonna read chat again. Roland Yi-song is also coming this week? Yeah, but I'm not that interested in Yi-song. I already have a lot of Yi-songs I like. So I think I'll be fine. I don't think you should worry a lot. You have some cantos and intervallos to get lunacy to pull. If you do mirror dungeons and continue the story, you should be fine, and to at least get to 200 pulls. I appreciate your optimism, Amity, but unfortunately that is not the case with how I do things. Because I basically stream Limbus Company 2 times a week, which means, yeah, that probably won't be enough to get me to 200 summons. That is a grueling grind, yep. Oh whoa. The new Yi-song has a 9-coin move. I'm not even exaggerating. Yeah, I think you told me about it yesterday? I was fucking dumbfounded. That's so many coins. That is too many coins. Like, I think the most coins I've seen was 6. 9? Holy shit. Alright. Back to reading. Let me get this right. This train's still running. And we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Oh, what about that striketh me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you? Huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come. Are you actually serious? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in near immediate destruction of the physical body. Hey, Foul, at least tell us you know what to do like you always do. You've got a plan, right? Right? Faust, whom I rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond. What's up with her? Lass looks totally out of it today. She gave me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something's unexpected happened. The other sinners' angers was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Sorry, something's in my throat. I hate when I have this weird feeling. Let's hear her out first. Is it okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine. I suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you. Then, after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. Horse in your throat? Nay, yeah, I got Yi-song in my throat. Wait, actually, that sounds wrong. Sorry, I don't know why. I felt like making a Yi-song joke. But it was not good. Gives Moody throat spray? and a stable for the horse? That would be nice. Oh, man. Whoa, freaky Moody, sorry. I'd like to have him in my throat. Oh my god. Jeez. Okay. W Court. Having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, have decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. What? Wait, let me read that again. The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp based on the available information. It can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Sorry. My throat is not feeling good. It feels like something's like slowly blocking it. But it's like a sensation that I had before. It's not too serious. I'd rather not go into details. It would gross y'all out. Passengers spirited away? Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is the problem with whose precise cause and effect we must determine. Yi Song in there? Oh my goodness. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing their secrets of their singularity. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Yeah. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with the W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master key card that can open and close the hibernation capsules at any time. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings. Every single one of them's been absolutely barmy. Gato! I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T Corp, their executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated it if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring everything you say and do, right? Something tells me there is. That is, oh my god. It's true, is it? But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I will take your inputs into account. And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is Faust we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? We must converse in a lower volume, Dante. What? Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Faust, has been severed. I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. Oh, so this is where we get the lore about Faust's knowledge and whatnot. And just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. Hoo boy, that is very, very bad. Oh shit, we're fighting people. Is there a story in this? Yes. Okay, oh, by the way, I didn't tell you guys, and my brain, so much talking, and my brain didn't take in the information. Okay, here's how to describe it. I can simplify it right now. We're supposed to go to a warp train. The warp train is run by W Corp. But apparently, there's a problem with the warp train, where passengers gone missing. So W Corp made a contract with us to investigate what is going on. But it's causing a lot of problems because only Faust knows about the contract. And also, Faust does not have connection to what allows her to talk to every version of her. So much talking. Oh yeah. Dumbass Faust's computer. Couldn't connect to the cloud, yeah. What? Huh? Yeah, I that is the best I can explain. I can add you for support in units if you want to. I think I'll be fine. Hold on, I gotta level up this Don Quixote. I'm really liking Tremor teams. I'll go back to syncing eventually, but for now, it's Tremor time. Oh, wait, that's a lot of... Actually, no, never mind. It's not Tremor time. I mean, I probably have a support with that Don Quixote. I do not. She can talk to other versions of her? Yes. As far as I'm aware, this is the first time I've finally seen the information here. But yeah, that's the reason why she says Faust knows. Because she's not talking in third person. She's talking about another one. You know what? Yeah, we're going syncing. I might as well get used to, this Faust that I have. What do you mean you can't? I mean, in the most literal sense, my access to my Faust input and information, which was always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Brain.exe stopped working. Sorry, Faust. Sorry, Lou. Why did I call you Faust? What? Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. Floost. I swear Limbus is making my head spin sometimes. I'm still recovering from the Catherine complete deletion. Yeah, I am also still recovering from that. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then Faust, right now you're... Yes, at this very moment, I am limited to utilizing only the knowledge that is in my possession. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have been... I can't... talking like Faust is so fucking hard. Sorry. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account of an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this, or even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not have been subject to cross-observation yet. Gesundheit. I thought I was weak-minded. Don't worry, I am also confused with this game sometimes. I understand it to the best of my ability, but sometimes even that confuses me. If that is not the case, then No, never mind. Oh, she used I for the... Oh. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost. Not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, I find myself in a somewhat perplexed state. Alright, I get it for now. Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me to not worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. Maybe if we connect our brains together, it will be better? Actually, no, never mind. Never mind. I mean, 2 plus 2 may equal 4, but 4 is bigger than 2. So, like, I think if we combine our brains, we would still be smarter. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then the problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock in and see what happens. Boy, this shit's so tough. Anyways, hi. Okay, now I go. Hello, Glorp. Welcome to the stream, and also, have a wonderful night. If you are going away. Farewell, Glorp. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and... I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seems to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Okay, maybe I'll still a bit longer. Only if you want to. I don't want to force you. Glorp is the stream chat emoji? Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. Yes, it is. Look at that. Yeah, Glorp. Don't fuck with me or my Glorpinorps. Glorp eats Glorp? Oh no, not the Glorp. Understood. And to the sinners. The fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. It would be best not to share Faust's current state with them and add unnecessary source of tension. What? So wrecking this door ain't gonna do anything? We're just gonna, we're all going to bite it once it opens? How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box. Yeah, that might be the best. So what now? Do we take a searching sweep through each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. Gato. By A-Corp's standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. A-Corp? That's actually the first time I've heard of that. As per contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master key card placed inside my capsule and adjust the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I'm not new. I've been following since October 16th. Really? That's actually pretty cool. I feel like I just blinked, and I guess that's hibernation for you.
이미 알려진 대로 일반 석칸에서 1등 석칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만
As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for economy class passengers to enter the first car. That is why this place has remained untouched.
제 추측과 W사의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면 일반석은 이미 문제의 상황이 진행 중일 것이다.
However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. The part where they thrash the shite out of one another, tearing their limbs off, all the mess. No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be the business for, as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는 아마
Precisely. In my opinion, it is... Oh, hold that thought for but a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping, forsooth, past this gate must be... As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. It is possible that there must be... Lady Faust? After that distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observe it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. That there are times in which physical altercations is preferable to detached ruminations. Huh? My suggestion? Well, I ain't going to disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it for myself? After a brief mechanical beep, hideous creature suddenly crashed through the door and charged wildly in our direction. Alright, so now we're fighting these guys. Violent blood bag passenger? Blood bag? What do you mean blood bag? Oh, wait. Hold on. What the fuck? He has... They have Index, Erkling, and Butler Otis? What is this? Well, let me explain. I've been grinding. A lot. Like, a lot. To put it in perspective, technically, I have started Limbus Company around July or August. So, yeah, I've basically just been like playing this game continuously to like grind out all the stuff I need. Yeah. These pronouns is they, them. I rarely read pronouns. I refer to people on how they sound. I am stupid. It's okay. Don't worry, it happens often. His pronouns are they, them. Yeah, it's a meme that we do, like, whenever, someone, uses the wrong pronouns on me. Like, we go, his pronouns are they, them. I even used it on myself once because I accidentally used the wrong pronouns on myself. Hold on, I'll be back. I need to turn on the heater, or not heater, cool, AC. Also, don't worry, one of the oldest viewers kept referring to Moody as he for 2 years. Yeah. Oh shit, I just realized I haven't eaten at all today. I gotta go. Okay. Be safe. Be safe, Glorp. Eat well. Eat a lot and eat well. Lady Faust, how similar in appearance they have in Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers, verily 'tis as though they were in a complete want of sense. I don't know what you're saying, Don Quixote. I am sorry. Like people politified by the whale. Oh. Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and the general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Huh? Yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? The sinners were starting to realize that something was off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Observe closer. Parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? Oh! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Oh, poor Faust. Hey, what'd I say? We've got this. Huh? What was that about? Oh, nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time has ceased aboard a warp train, is it? Yisong grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was unmistakably a look of regret, however short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Yisong. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Wow, Yisong sure is an expert when it comes to time-related phenomenon. Can you summarize it in an easier language now that we are broaching the subject? He's Scottish! Gladly, if you would allow me. Yisong began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. Faust really struggles without ChatGPT. Gato. Yeah, she's struggling. Honestly, I think this is much more better than ChatGPT. If you really think about it, it's literally just like, hey, there's another version of me that knows something. Let me ask that version. Hey, me, do you know about, like, what goes on in the underwater oceans? Oh, or not underwater oceans, the underwater lakes? Oh, gladly, other me, I shall tell you, you know? Lamau, you can't use AI anymore? Oof. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart beats still. Don Quixote lowered her head and listened closely to what happened to the dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, an eternal delay aboard this train, existence in continuance of moratorium. Forced, they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. I ill understand what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same, Yeah, basically, death is not real, or death is delayed to a extreme amount in this train. So while we did kill these guys, technically, they're not dying just yet. Death is a long process. ChatGPT's Faust such a chud. Wait, no, Faust GPT such a chud. Girl favorite, even? Yeah. If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corp Cleanup Agent has come to be. I see. Because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, the passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened. Wait. Huh? So wait. Okay, this is kind of confusing me, but alright. From what I learned through W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. Phew, that is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. Who she was a while ago would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered, "Are they distortions or abnormalities?" Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation of an aura. I felt this somewhere before, but I'm sure of it, but I can't pinpoint the source of the sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even Pecatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I didn't think they're either. I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. Aww. God, this is just breaking my heart. Like, just Faust, who's so used to being like the center of attention and like knowing everything, and now like she doesn't know enough. It's quite depressing. Girl failure, truly. I feel like I should apologize for that. There's no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me deduce something of worth, and collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands? Finally, the awakening has begun. Poor Faust, mean and cruel to the girl failure. I mean, she kinda is, not gonna lie. I can't deny that. Can Faust Canto just release already? Unfortunately, no. Not yet. I really wanted to release, honestly. Because, like... I also feel like it might be charge season for her, too. Considering that, like the introduction to her story is to a bit of her story is in the charge thing. Oh my god, there's more story. Fuck. So yeah. I'm also one I can call I'm also one. I can call other girl failures too. Oof. This is going to be the very last one. Long wait still. Yeah. I'm just glad that Otis is not the last one, you know? I'm betting on Mephisto being a god of the city. I don't know. I mean, possible. Dante's Canto is the last one? Ooh, true. There is also the case with Dante. And there's also the case of, like, other things happening. Sigh, grandma lover. Don't judge me. I just really want to know Otis's story. There's so much about her that just tells me that she's been in the war, and I really want to know her experience in the war, especially since her response to it is much different from Gregor. Inferno is the first part with all the cantos? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna get like Purgatorio and then Paradiso, considering that's how Dante's Inferno works. Oh my god, Dante has fire on his head because it's literally Dante's Inferno. Holy shit. Judges you? No. A lot of Otis IDs and egos have themes of betrayal. Actually, that might make sense considering that the Odyssey, like, involves that. Like, because, like, Odysseus had to, like, sacrifice his crew or something. I remember something like that happening. And he has, like, survivor's guilt because of it. Did you know? Know that? What? I think she betrayed Limbus Company for her goal. I don't know. It depends on what her goal could potentially be. Like, we have to follow the Odyssey in order to do that, which reminds me, I need to read it. I have the book in my... shelf. I really need to read the Odyssey. Oh my god, I have a lot of stuff to read. Did she only not know that? About Dante's Inferno being his fire? On the clock? Yeah, I just realized that. I just thought to myself, oh, flaming clock. That's an interesting design. Silly Moomy, yeah. Moomy is the silliest, yep. You gotta read up on grandma lore. I also have... Okay, I need to tell you guys. I have Hellscreen, I have, The Odyssey, I have Moby Dick, and I have Wuthering Heights in my shelf. And I also really, really want to read The Great Gatsby. So, like, I have, like, 5 books I need to read. And I'm not good at reading. Hehehe, Dick. The Stranger is a good read, too? Unfortunately, my sibling told me everything about it. They offered to give me the book, but I was just like, I read it all. Or, I mean, not read it all, but, like, I heard of it all. But I guess reading and hearing about it is different things. So I'll probably consider it at some point. Anyway, time to continue with the story. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors? Ah, passengers in danger! Fret not, for I have arrived too. Yeah! Whoa, don't come any closer. Oh, man. Oh, wait, oh, whoa. Why is she very, very attractive? Whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A 4-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. You just met her? Well, I mean, I can say that someone looks hot just by seeing them. I have eyes. What is it? No! I am not a wolf. No. Oh she is really attractive? Yeah, like, damn. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Right. Like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit threatening. Never say that again. Yeah, please don't. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect the civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you want to see what this old-timer's got left in him? Ah, thou art from the north, verily. Thy garb is that of northerners, no? This really ain't the time, lass. Anyways, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seems to be sizing us up for a moment. Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let into all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? The bloody hell are you talking about? Weird. You look completely lost. If you were in one of the economy cars, I'm sure you've seen... Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... I mean, aren't first class seats supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha, multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allows us to pass. Have you not left this card for the duration of the ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but geez, can you believe that this train's broken down? Shit, is it even broken? Wait. No. I was gonna mention the multi-crack person that we saw recently, but I don't think it's the same person. I was gonna make like a theory, but I don't think the theory's correct. I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shady bullshit if you ask me. You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby, drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So, I made sure to get some high quality parts for him so I can still feel them all.
Welcome to
welcome to Tilted Towers. Hold up, I gotta get my stream manager up. I just realized I was looking through my regular stream. But yeah, welcome to Tilted Towers. Thank you for joining this. Thank you for the follow, Don Quixote 04. Hey, it's the actual Don Quixote. It could have been a different person from her office. Yeah, I just remember that the guy that we saw was a male, so... Multicrack Heathcliff and Multicrack Faust both have 4 prosthetic arms. Yeah, I actually have Multicrack Heathcliff. I don't have Faust, though. Maybe one day. Holy shit, Don Quixote Limbus Company? Yeah. Okay. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down. How distracting. Is it that hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them if I want them to sync up with the other parts ASAP. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Haven't a clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of monsters. I just chopped down what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to a vacant car. 3,201 red colors. 3,202 red colors. You have decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, 'tis an expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on him for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. Go past this car, and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are consistently trying to claw their way to the front of the train, so if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down at one of the train cars in the back, and it's spreading like wildfire till it reached here. I see. And that's all I can tell you about the situation. So what's your story? Why do you rich first-class folks suddenly decided to grace us peasants with your presence? Damn. I mean, to be fair, like, we were first class, so, like, it's safe for her to assume that we're all rich. But we're not. Do we even get paid? I just made a realization. Do we get money for doing all this? I don't even know if we have money, like physical money was with us. That's one thing to think about. Can you send me 30k? 30k of what? You gotta be specific. An important aspect of Otis is the abnormality that she got for Walpurgis was der suits? Der Freshesuits. So maybe her canto can include aspects of dealing with betrayal. The 7th bullet will shoot the beloved. Oh, like that one story. Interesting. So she might not betray Limbus company, but rather shoot a beloved and blame herself, but... yeah. Shoot a beloved and blame herself. I mean, that's possible. I also feel like maybe it could be survive... I mean, I don't know. We'll just have to see. Maybe I can read the Odyssey and, like, figure it out for myself. Also, welcome to the stream, RR Tuber. Glad to have you here. Yes, and Ika Ujat Otis got betrayed too? Okay. Interesting. Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars. So what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve a case. We are, fixers! Ay. Sorry if I poorly typed that at the character limit kind of sucks. Oh, don't worry, I understand. Over my years of streaming, I understand, like, people, like, and their first language, not having English as their first language, or, like, simply, like, not being that great at typing. So, I totally understand. It's my job to infer, like, what you guys are trying to say, to the best of my ability. Indeed, fixers. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration. They've got every single one of you out of a first-class ticket? Your office must be rolling in dough. Wait a goddamn second. So W Corp already knew that this would happen? But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust ya. Her new scissors ego is her asking you to play rock, paper, scissors, but she said she'll play scissors, but if you say rock, she'll kill you? So another betrayal. Okay. Interesting. This kind of reminds me of how, like, Mersol's IDs and egos revolve around executions. We're all from different languages, which I find pretty funny. Yeah. Get me another beer? Okay. As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Another non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those Ophi boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna ask you to ask for proof that you are actually contracted by W Corp. This is the master key card given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. A key card? So you used this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car? Let's see. W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of her way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed towards the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. Or your victory lap, if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to y'all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocents in my stead. I don't know. Big sister? Or big sis? Are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Huh? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Hey, forsooth! Are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again, thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Wow, I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter, and... Worry thyself not. 'Tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire. It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensures that child's survival. What you talking about? Oh, all of a sudden. Come on. No need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said. Didn't know you can be like that, Faust. Be like, what? You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill. But you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway. Am I right? Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote always has been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy lately. Eyes. Faust strode towards Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. It'll be 30k on per inquiry. So that's why delts say 30k. Send me 30k. That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to particularly cooperative association office in our report to W Corp? Whoa, you serious? Well then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monster you faced red by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something. Dan answered, I don't know. Those monsters were red all over, but is there something special about their eye color? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there got red eyes, and oh, you there. That lady with a big sword also got red eyes. What, is there something out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No, well, it was a question of no significance. Warps Cassie. Oh no, Cassie, no. No, I didn't expect her to say that. Oh. Wow. Red eyes passengers. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Yeah. It was just as we feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Man, Sasha's hot. Anyway, I just need to say that. Okay, hold up. I think I need to level up this Don Quixote, because she's kind of struggling. I don't know if it's just because this Don Quixote is not great, or... Fuck me. Okay, so they do have red eyes. So there is significance to that, because there has to be a reason why Faust asked. Go, Faust. They're all black dragons. Red eyes, black passenger dragon. Hell yeah. Will you be pulling on Ryan's song? No. I know that he's a syncing ID, and while I won't doubt that he's good... I haven't looked at his kit, by the way. While I won't doubt that he's good, I already have a syncing Yi song, and I don't think that would be worth... For me, personally, I don't think that would be worth using my resources and or ego shards, because I got a lot of other things I want to use ego shards on. I sent it on Discord, but like 9 coin skill 3. Conditional though, but still, yeah, it's fucking... Yeah, sorry that I didn't read it. It's just that, like, I get so intimidated by, like, the text, because it's just so much. And I know it's, like, normal. Like, that's just normal shit, but, like... Oh, wait, how many... Wait. Okay. So we have backups now. Cool. Hold on. I'm gonna be unable to read Twitch for a second. I'm just gonna be reading the new Yi Song ID. Let's see. Karmic consequence chance to produce a blunt weapon coin. Blunt using blunt weapons. What? Deal Z damage. If this skill is marked with mark of the prescript, gain clash power and deal more damage. Gain coin power for every poise on self and sinking on target. Convert coins to unlock stage X into unbreakable coins, beginning with the final coin. Gain poise count. On hit, gain poise. On hit without cracking, sinking. Okay. Let's see. Chance to produce pierce weapon. So what? Is he like changing? What do you mean chance to produce these weapons? This probably has to do with his passive. Let's see. And he gains... Inflict sinking. Oh my god. I'm getting so overwhelmed. Only one okay. Prioritizes... Wait, is it trying to imply that he can change the type of weapon based around, like, whatever he's doing with karmic consequence? Okay. On hit, inflict sinking. Inflict sinking count. Okay. Gain poise. Now let's see. Furioso replica. Unfocused volley. Only one copy of the skill can exist on the dashboard. If the skill is marked with mark of the prescript, deal more damage. This skill's coin power does not change. Instead, for every X coin power increase, gain final power and deal more damage. This skill is not affected by paralyze. Shit, what the fuck? God, that's so many coins. Gain final power. Convert all coins on the skill to unbreakable coins. Inflict sinking or gain poise on every hit. Does not gain procuration Hermes for this turn. Gain clash power. Gain poise and poise count after attack. Inflict burn, bind, and fragile. Next turn to all targets this unit hit. Okay. Shit, that thing is crazy. What the fuck? But yeah, I have no doubt that he's good. I just don't want to get him. Alright, let's see if I missed anything from Twitch chat. Sorry, I was busy reading. It's 3 images long. Yeah, I've only gone through the first one. Back in my day, we only need 1 page for new IDs. Yeah. Not that stat. But he changes weapons. Okay. Interesting. That's quite unique because there's like lots of items that are like really good for like slash, blunt, or pierce specifically, so he could just switch between them. It's quite interesting. To be fair, we might get Whelp soon if we are to believe what Kim Ji-hoon a while ago, so it might be more worth it to shard Rain-san rather than not. Yeah. Alright, well, now that I've read the first page of whatever song that is, because I do not know what goes on in Kanto 9, back to the store. Phew. Battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. It can't be helped. Fighting in a narrow hallways like these is pretty exhausting for people who use long weapons like we do. True. As a Dark Souls player, I feel the pain. And also Elden Ring, but, you know. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that the sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down. What are these things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Oh wait, actually no. That's not the tone, because he looks very happy. Are you giving us the chance to come up with our own answers first? I don't know, the exclamation point and question mark kind of threw me off. Also, welcome to the stream, Bobby. Glad to have you here. Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. Those monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite! 'Tis apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in desperate quest of it. Right. That's strange, though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. Hello, thank you. Hope you are having fun. I am. It could be determined from the entity's behavior that their attack patterns have no basis in rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in ingots of red. I smell blood, so that's likely what they're made out of. Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your insights have been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? We're in luck, Dante. I have read up upon this subject as a tangent while pursuing information regarding our next destination moments before we boarded the train, and while that will be a useful element in resolving this situation. The sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it comes to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean, you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract, and provide us with whatever possible meaning of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is very likely that the entity behind the incidents on this train, by extension, every incident of the same nature, that has been occupied in previous warp train hit trips
매우 높은 확률로
is a blood fiend.
혈귀입니다.
Oh shit! We talking about blood fiends now.
끝인가? 정말 한 털도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서 이 분노가 끝나지?
What's blood fiend? Hold on. Vampires. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Or at least this universe's vampires. I know they have like different attributes compared to like regular vampires, but yeah.
순수했던 나날로
You'll get a lot more blood fiend lore later on, so don't you worry, Lou. Yeah. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of wings is that? Huh? You of all people haven't heard of blood fiends? Thought you were an expert. I thought you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have neither read nor heard of mention of these blood fiends. Perchance, I have let a magazine article slip from my memory? Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her.
저도 현실에 존재하는 줄
I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children at night.
만들어졌다고 생각했는데
They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right?
한다고 하던가요?
Oh, that's a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and that what they're really afraid of is water. I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past when I served as a commanding officer,
그들이 부린다는 부산
and I have seen the dregs that they've command.
기억이 흐릿하지만
So just vampires? Yeah, pretty much. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이
There was a blood fiend among the rank of the fingers too,
부리진 않았다.
but the things that blood fiend commanded weren't rubber glove looking like these.
하지만 좀 걸리는 거.
There's something off about this one.
이렇게 마구잡이로
Wait.
찌꺼기를 늘리진 않아.
Wait, hold on. Interesting. So there's a blood fiend in one of the finger syndicates? That's quite interesting. Also, Meaty Guts, have you played L Corp or Library of Ruina? I have Library of Ruina in my library, but I haven't started it yet. I really want to play Lobotomy Corp though, but it hasn't been on sale, and I'm honestly considering like just biting the bullet and buying it full price. But yeah, I haven't played either of those. Would love to one day, when I have time. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this.
내 놈도 알고 있지
But don't you know this already?
네.
Yes.
수감 전에
I see that some sinners have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seemed unnecessary.
말씀하시는 대로
As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we faced in this train do not appear to be blood fiends.
혈귀의 권세를
In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags
정보가 있었습니다.
among relevant parties, according to the information I am aware of. Okay, I won't mention story spoilers then. Okay, thank you so much.
그럴
Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone a blood bag?
처음에 이야기했던 대로
As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances.
워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없습니다. 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많은
Though our Though our reserve of intelligence regarding warp trains or W Corp is vast, if incomplete, we could not find any exception to the above rule.
거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않은
Within the
존재를
reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for the formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence?
휘발된다는
A more accurate description would be to say that they are neither dissolved nor vaporized. Dissolved?
워프여체는
No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey.
폭력이라는 것에는 여러 가지가 있겠지.
While the word violence is a rather large umbrella term, it likely involves activities such as cannibalization.
하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은
However,
소화의 과정 또한 이루어지지 않는
oh god, I need to burp. Ah,
복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
god, I think I need to take some stomach medicine. I've been burping way too often lately. However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even cannibalized passengers can be resurrected.
그저 입에 쑤셔넣을
Hmm.
뿐이라면
If they are merely stuffed into a digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks and piece them back together via the vein-like things connecting each individual.
하지만 피즈머니들은 다른
However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags, by nature, obsessed with blood.
혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의 존재를 유지할 수
Wait, blood bags are, by nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims.
유지비로 혈액 또한
And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion's not a thing here?
추론의 부장
If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a process fundamentally different from our consumption of nutrients for energy.
그들에게 혈액이란 감정,
Oh boy, it's the small text, guys. Hold on, I gotta lock in. To them, blood is a culmination, an entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purpose of existence.
것입니다.
Then it must follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from their biological process, such as digestion. What? I ain't following even half of that. You exist in moratoria of present time of time. Okay. You exist in moratoria of time. At the present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy. They continue to spark within you. Huh? Well, I suppose they are. Billions must yap, yes.
그것이 변한 것인지
Though we cannot tell whether they are in a state of alteration, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction, it is said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. The passengers will to live. The worth of this existence in which they thrive, does it not all gently atrophy into non-existence even amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarities between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Oh, there's so much story. Not that I'm complaining, I love lore. But also, like, oh boy, I have to talk a lot. Gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh?
승객의 구성 요소.
If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. There's no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지.
The Y in Yisang stands for yap? Yep. Also, welcome to the stream, Tycoonery. Glad to have you here. Whoa! Jesus criminy. Ah, that was a very intense burp. Man, I haven't said criminy in a while. Reminds me of how people thought I was British. I still never got over that guy saying that he thought I was British. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Yisong was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 즉
Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they? That information is inaccessible at the moment.
제한되었군요.
Faust replies, avoiding Yisong's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they found out what's going on with Faust. And that's something we both want to avoid.
제한.
Inaccessible. Ah, indeed.
과거 그대가
Now I recall what you have said in the past.
추측이지만
That this is only a speculation. However, I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacle to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to turn. Indeed.
있어.
In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the blood fiends. Very well, I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished at the villain's hands. Dante. It seems that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the other sinners appear rather satisfied now that we have a clearer sight on our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward, for now. Oh boy. Well, that's unfortunate. There's a cleanup guy. I wonder how often the cleanup crew has to deal with stuff like this. Probably all the time now that I think about it. I don't know much about W Corp lore. I would love to read up on the lore of the IDs. But I feel like that's like a lot of information for me to process. And utilizes a lot of time that I do not have.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
이 땅과 만 손끝이라도 되려는 자가 있다.
충족. 아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
I gotta say, these guys look fucking stylish as hell. Damn, they look cool.
아무것도 남지 마라. 지키기 위해서 지킬 게 많거든.
다 흐드러졌구려. 다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
We won! Hooray! Gotta take me sleeping pill? Cool. Have fun!
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고
Oh boy.
그 환상체
More lore, yay.
나이가 없어졌지. 가보실까?
Okay.
정리하겠어.
Hmm.
일결.
Honestly, with how much, like, text is going on here, I'm not sure if I could even beat this, like,
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
in one stream.
피워보지. 피어나라.
아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다.
지키기 위해서.
Hmm.
지키기 위해서. 부드럽지 않은
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
모조리 치워버리고.
Alright. Kicking ass and taking names. I don't really. Oh! Teto is free! Hi, Teto. Hello, Teto. Peak. Hello, old food. No way hit Vocaloid Kasane Teto is singing The World Revolving? Yes, it is her. Kasane Teto. Yeah, this is like my longest reward. This lasts for like a whole minute. Hooray! Thank you, Teto, for singing your wonderful songs. Manager Esquire, halt! Hold this poor fellow, he lives still. Don Quixote, her round eyes open, began sprinting somewhere. Oh my god, it's the W Corp Mersal! No, stay away from me, you monster. Hey man, we're not those monsters, you alright?
당신도 변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 벌레 팔 같은 걸로도
She said the thing? Who said the thing? Also, welcome to the stream, Symphonic Siphon. Glad to have you here. That arm. You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. Ah. What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words, scoffed, then cast his gaze towards the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise here, I guess. There's no way to tell right away whether this is, this arm's a monster, prosthetic, or whatnot. She said Manager Esquire? Oh! Yeah. She finally did it. She said the thing on the notifications.
같은 생체형 의원이더라도
It is possible that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. Ah, prosthetic. That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break it in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
So, what are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train? Huh, you're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would be willing to board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and... This cannot be! Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags?
죄송합니다.
My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both serene as always, there's something so gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust
너무 많은
in too many places.
분들도 모르겠군요.
Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. Bruh, Faust is really just an AI? Oh my god. Poor Fausty. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. When the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, began to rise like an ominous plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. They made good use of this space, and the wall behind had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open. Oh, what in the name of the wings is this? Perchance, hast thou hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by the Blood Fiends?
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw on the first class car. But why would that thing be here? Cleanup agents slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Phew. Finally.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
What is it that thou seekest to do?
이런 상황을 위해
W Corp prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies.
준비해 놓았거든요.
Verily, then, huh? Good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. Wait, what happened? When the door covering only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. Did he just die? Oh no.
갔어.
There he goes.
가버리셨군요.
He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well, then, I guess we gotta go. Let's make a move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. This is what AI is without precious stolen data? True.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가오를 내리지
Alright, hold on, guys. I'll be back.
다시
Now he's just in hibernation. In the hibernation pod? Ah, okay then. I was really just expecting him to just die. Like, death is very common in the Limbus Company universe. Alright, well, I'm gonna be back real quick. I need to go to the restroom. I have been holding it in for a little too long. I have returned with an ice cream sandwich. Alright. My apologies for the wait. The next car. Ah, we had to... Okay. Ooh, give me some. There you go. Hold on, this could be ASMR. Like, just opening bags. You can't really hear anything from eating. Yeah, I just... I just said ASMR. I mean, I don't think you can do ASMR with eating, like... I don't think you can do ASMR with eating an ice cream sandwich, though. Like, you know what? I can't really make noises with that. I can hear that so thoroughly. You're welcome.
정리하겠습니다.
Boom. Oh. Dude, I fucking love the animation for Requiem and Lament Mourn Despair. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, wait. No, never mind. Wait, maybe... Hold on. I can memorize the patterns. And I want Faust to have a buff. I just had one of the best Pokemon match. 1v1v1. Wait, 1v1v1v1. And we all just started spinning for the first 30 seconds. Nice. Oh my. I just swallowed a whole chunk of ice cream.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이요.
누군가에겐 아껴줬겠지만 수행되었습니다. 지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
필요하지.
Oh man, dude, Wild Hunt Heathcliff is so fucking cool. Like one of the coolest fucking IDs. Like there's nothing cooler than the fucking him just aura farming while like the guy's trying to attack him and he just counters by like summoning the undead just to fight for him. Big bobs, big bobs. I'm sure Heathcliff has very big bobs, if you know what I'm saying. Hi, do you have
Welcome to Tilted Towers.
Welcome to Tilted Towers. Thank you for thank you for the follow, J Mike Games. Do you have tips to beat violin on Kanto 6? I really need to beat this Kanto today. Violin? Oh, that's what you're talking about. I kind of, I don't know, cause I kind of just wing it with a tremor team. Hold on, what was the tremor team that I used? I know it was like these four. Wait, these four Heathcliff, Sunshower Heathcliff, but you don't have to use Sunshower. And like, wait, or did I use a sinking team? I don't remember. I unfortunately can't remember that well. Bring Wild Hunt Heathcliff? I mean, yeah, Wild Hunt Heathcliff is really that strong. Especially in like, yeah. Yeah, you have no idea how many people wanted me to use Wild Hunt Heathcliff during the Kanto 6 stream. But I was being very funny, and I was using Sunshower. He gets a special passive in the fight? Oh, interesting. Gave up at the end though? Oh, that actually reminds me. I actually recorded a video of me like defeating Wild Hunt and defeating the final boss, and with Sunshower Heathcliff. And honestly, it was so obvious from the beginning what I just needed to do. Send proof? I will. I'm gonna upload it. Almost. No, I gotta stop eating with my mouth full. Or, wait, what? I'm talking with my mouth full. Almost to 100 followers on Twitch. What will you do for that milestone? I have no idea, honestly. It's like an ASMR stream. I don't know. That is actually really cool. I'm done with my ice cream. Oh my. No! You bastard.
다시 못 살게 흔들어졌구려.
지킬 게 많거든. 뜨겁지 않은 것들 모조리
지름대로
지킬
움직일
게
뿐입니다.
많거든.
Hooray, we did it. You know, I just realized I have a lot of bad end IDs.
예전보다 많이 나.
Like, I have every single bad end ID except for
보니까 그 환상체
Don Quixote's.
다 없어졌지. 다시
순수했던 나날로.
I have all bad end IDs except for G Corp Gregor. Technically that's I mean, technically that's not a bad end ID, but yeah. I also don't have that one.
정리하겠습니다. 물결
Oh, hey, these guys have a charge.
찌그러져 있도.
Oh shit. Lament, mourn, despair.
끝이라도 되려는 자가 있다.
I love gloom damage.
찌그러져 있도.
Oh, we didn't get to see the cool animation.
아무것도 남지 마라. 충전. 지령이 이끄는 대로.
I second this. Why do you guys want another ASMR stream? I don't even know what I can do for the next ASMR stream.
지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
Durandi. Oh my god, that guy has really high, like, total power. Do a feed stream? No!
흔들어졌구려.
No, never speak of this again.
피우지.
I know. Say, saying Kasane Teto 1,000 times? Oh my.
피어나라.
정리하겠습니다.
굳이 직접
Or at 500 subs on YouTube and Twitch combined, do an ASMR video where where you do the ASMR script you try to do during the stream. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
지령.
Ho!
다시 못 살게 하는 일은 없을 것이오.
Blaming Heathcliff is not really helping.
느낄 수 있게.
I mean, you can never. You still couldn't really. Ah! There, I got hurt. Well, I don't know how I can help. Can I show my ID and show you why I'm losing? Sure. In a bit, I will check it out. Now, I saw their feet when their camera recorded their feet. Oh yeah, that one time. All right, I'm gonna have to remember that. Why does Madi get exclusive access to your feed? It's because of a time where I was playing Deltarune and I got and some very scuffed shenanigans happened. I'll talk about it in a bit. I gotta read Limbus Company. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Huh? What's this now? We're on the final car adjacent to the freight trains when we discovered that odd box with the T Corp logo on it. Ah, it's the emblem of T Corp. It appears that the wall covering it was broken in the fierceness of our battle. Didn't that chief executive guy, Herbert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It is often the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our own Limbus Company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room's got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore Rhodia's swerve to a different subject as soon as she made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shift like she was catching herself. Oh, poor Rhodia. Hold on, I gotta read that again. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met on the platform. Remember? He said he warped over to T Corp on an expedition. Looks like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, same everything. I believe I have read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, what's he? We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. V! He's the one we encountered at that platform. Wait. Was I correct? Was this like a space-time thing where it's like... Oh no. This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yeah, and he said something about going to T Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train... Wait. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract? guess he wasn't exaggerating when he called it an expedition. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. Sorry, I'm distracted. I can't do the voices right. Makes sense. That would explain all the broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. Executive Manager. This is likely an aftermath of a battle between fixers and bloodbags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable as long as their wallets would permit. Oh wait, no. Wait. No, never mind? I don't know what's going on. Of course, the blanket lack of self-preservation often sent them to early graves. Maybe so. Okay, there's no way we can see... What? I want to be Kanto 6 for lunacy to get Nurse Father Yi-sung. Yeah, I know how you feel. Don't worry, I believe in you. Now that I think about it, I had like a lot of strong ideas. Fuck. Okay. Maybe so. I see. There are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective. Despite the fact that there is but a single scene, I will remember both of your inputs. That's good attitude. Employees with attitudes like yours would often make it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unharmed, but... Yes, I am alright. Are you still gonna look at my team? I unfortunately need to read this. My apologies. However, I do not enjoy this circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets out of nowhere, lost and isolated in a blind sea. Normally, deductions such as these would... yes. Her voice was such a whisper for a second of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying. I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over black, ripless lakes in desperation, hopes that one might pull in something we could eat. No way to tell where we are now. No way to tell if there's even anything to eat under that glassy water surface. Grasping at straws, you know? The sense I find myself mired is not unlike your own. It is... Oh my god, Yi-sung, shut the fuck up! Sorry, Yi-sung. I love you. Anyway, it seems that Ishmael and Yi-sung picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something different about you today. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad that you learned to... learned that you
sure?
had a softer side. Oh my god. Can you add a Foxy jump scare redeem? I'll think about it. This unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. More reading. I am so sorry. Oh my god, I have wings now. What? That would give Mumi a heart attack? Maybe. I mean, it's not like I can see your redeems. Like, I can see them in on the stream, but I can't see them here. As per the information provided by the pamphlets at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passengers cars on one freight car. Because we're on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the blood fiends responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train, just beyond that door. Well, how impressive could the leader of the cannon fodder be? A different, more accurate interpretation would be the commanding force as large as the blood bags we had defeated should be considered a high-risk entity.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만
Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends, which I wish we have more of.
정보가 사실이라면
Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are mindless thralls to blood fiends, then they're kind of like an army, right?
사기 저하나 탈출을
A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertation. Wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. And all of a sudden, fee on this indecisive idleness. Our quest is you can honestly tell when I'm tired of reading when I start like either speed reading or I just start like blabbering. Anyway, let's hasten now. She's not wrong, but besides, dealing with the blood fiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I open the door to the last car of this train. I can finally look at your team now, Mike. I apologize greatly. There was a lot of reading. Alright. Hold on. Let me paste. Wait. I thought I paste. Wait, where's my clipboard? Oh. Okay. Never mind, I'm scrolling up. Okay. Let me look at your ID. L868607 38445 38445. And let me see your company. These IDs I feel very unfamiliar with. Well, most of them. Well, you have, never mind. I was gonna mention something about Ryoshu, but... Well, you do have a fair amount of bleed characters, so maybe you should try building a bleed team? Maybe you could get a friend that has, Kurokumo, Heathcliff. Hopefully that might help. He doesn't have any blood fiends? Well, I mean, a makeshift bleed team like this might be helpful. Like, better than nothing, if you ask me. I mean, I kind of do well with a bleed team without, Blood Fiend Otis. But, maybe that's just me. It is also an earlier Kanto, so, like... I'm crying? Why? Was my suggestion bad? No, it's just my team is absolutely buns. Okay, well maybe... Well, I apologize, but I'm sadly not that much of an expert on... I'm sadly not too much of an expert on some of these IDs or, like, team building. So, I don't think I can help you much here. That Honglu, Zam? Yeah, that Honglu is very hot. I wish I could help you, but I don't think I have the knowledge to do it. Honglu has Honglu boobs? Yeah. Hoobs. Oh, gotta grind mirror dungeon for the rest of life. I know how you feel. In my opinion, just use Sinclair and anyone with blue skills at that point. Okay, maybe you should follow that suggestion. Use Sinclair and, like, characters with blue skills. That might be helpful. I'm not sure how good that Sinclair... I don't really know much about that Sinclair, but hopefully it could help you. Guy boobs? Yeah. Okay.
지령이 가리키는 곳으로.
My Sinclair is a voice factory? Yeah, so he might be able to, like, do enough damage to, like, defeat, like, that opponent. So maybe. He can do thousands in early Kanto? Okay, so maybe he's so it's possible that he's, like, your strongest guy. So he might be able to carry. Alright. He's up type 4? Oh boy! Okay, that is a very strong Sinclair then. I unfortunately don't know his kit that well, but I've heard he's pretty strong, so maybe he can, like, carry your team. Like, if you get, like, guys who can synergize with him, like, with blue skills. As Bobby said in the YouTube chat. Alright. Well, we're at the end. This room. What? What is with that look on thy faces? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy smiles? He must be the blood fiend who caused this outbreak. He is our target. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. Thou mayest address me as Prince Cassidy, 6th kindred, in refuge from his family, and the rightful prince who shall reign over thee. Art thou a villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince. Yet, This welcome satiation has put me in quite the generous mood. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how many of them I devour, humans just won't stop coming. I am enjoying what casts themselves into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with basic etiquette? Oh, this mask? This mask won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we're all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Okay, I have to go now. Oh, sorry, Moody. See you tomorrow with our deck. See you tomorrow, Marty. Have a wonderful day or night. He looks like Dream low-key? Kinda. Who stitched that mask to your face? Not a half bad job. Of course, it's excellent. Because this mask was crafted by none other than the great and the eminent barber, whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much. It hurts so much. No, I'm smiling. Look at how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I am the prince. That is what I am. He's a bloody loon, ain't it? Alright, done with the giggles then? Get ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling and bowing and sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the blood, boiling blood. Oh, how I love the heat. What are you, daft? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags. Bye, everyone. Love you all. Love you too, Marty. Bye. I ain't letting my guard down. But we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count. We couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count? Oh no. But the count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am. And I shall not relinquish the throne of this budding kingdom to thee. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out here. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebears would be were they here to witness my creation, this cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. Nope. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions.
그 영향
Yet we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far.
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건
Then what he meant by the blood bags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute! Yeah! Someone suddenly and frantically charged into the car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran in one of the earlier cars. A gang walked into his goon cave? Oh my goodness. Gross. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at this sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face. Ah, it is thee! By the... Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us in our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that has transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur, and eventually leave the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends.
만약 피주머니가
What if there was more than a single blood fiend aboard, one still capable of rational thought? Oh, is Sasha a blood fiend? Damn, you actually made it all the way back here? I guess the wings couldn't give out contracts to just anyone. I used to fight into my damnedest too, till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? But where did that leave me? Alone. Three of my forearms ripped from my body. Kind of funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that. Don Quixote, watch out! I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away. What? What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. First of mine is the escape for the kingdom I intend to build.
처음으로 만든 권석.
My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be by my side as I build a dynasty of my own, my family. Lord Cassetti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded me. But the humans in this car were all weaklings. So I present you this group from the first-class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, I felt as though I was reborn. I see. A blood fiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the blood fiend, similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that pushed you to accept that proposition despite the lack of information. Maybe. That's probably what's was going through my head before I became a kindred. Thou has been in cahoots with this village all this time as his lackey? Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee? Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it would have mattered if you suspected me, though. since mine were just a prosthetic. Then, the passengers who were under thy protection? Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the procession, the better. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room behind Sasha. A smaller one of them stood out to me. Oh no. My mind immediately snapped to the child who'd grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I hoped that we'd be spared this sight. There was a child. Yep, Little Runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I know. Hold thy vile tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice? It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment. Or a really, really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Damn, so Sasha was a fucking blood fiend this entire time. Holy shit. Damn, that's fucked. She's still kind of hot though. I would still smash. Anyway. Oh man, this music's pretty good. Who said that? I don't know. Must have been the wind. They killed a child? Yeah. Quite cruel. Okay. Okay, most of them are staggered, so let's... Alright. Oh, they already enter half health? Damn. I actually really want to save Lament, Mourn, and Despair. Alright. Yeah. I want to use it for when we are, like, fighting someone of high health. Don't you understand? Becoming blood bags will be an improvement, an ascension. Okay. Favored. Unopposed. Actually, wait. I think I might have to use this one. Oh, it looks like I didn't do the thing where I go for negative coins.
지시령대로 움직일 뿐이야. 지령대로 움직일 뿐이야.
Alright. Unbelievable. I make myself my first ever kindred without authorization at that. And it's this bumbling fool? I pray for your forgiveness, Father. Begone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet, it must be responsibility of a parent to clean, up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. With that, Cassetti reached out to the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Oh man, that's actually so fucking cool. Oh, abundance. What an unfamiliar sensation you'd become. An armor-hardened blood material over his blood-fiend body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. God fucking ad. I hate it. I don't want to see Scream 7. Oh man. Hold on, I'll wait a bit. But man, that's actually so fucking cool. I also just realized this is the guy that, it's good now? Nice. I also just realized this is the guy that, people, that Mersault has an ID for. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power isn't yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of this risen king's parade. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir. Yes, you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king. Oh man, we are just gonna kick his ass. Neutral, dominating, god damn. I'm missing someone? Oh yeah. Oh man, he has a lot of health, but we can definitely kill him. Oh man, he's already at negative sanity. It's funny how ads only push people away from what they're trying to promote. Yeah, true.
perf하지 않아도 느낄 수 있게.
Quite funny.
지령이 뜬다. 지키기 위해서.
God, I fucking love Wild Hunt Heathcliff.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령입니다. 두렵지 않습니다.
Holy shit, he's fast. And he's going after Faust. Unclashable. Hmm.
지령입니다.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, so he just fucking heals. Ah, how annoying. Wait. Oh wait, am I in minus coin territory? Yes. Oh man. Oh man. Nice. Fuck you, bitch boy. Oh my god, that was so many clashes. That was 9. Do I want to risk using my heal? Because Faust is about to die and she has the healing. Fuck it, I'm gonna risk it. Which one is the... Unopposed on all of those? Okay, it's almost as if, like, whoever's slower, like, we can't really do anything about... Oh, but we have to do something about this. I don't want him to hit Faust. Both of these are gonna hit Faust. Okay. We are not letting you hit Faust. Over my dead body. Oh my god, there's so many things trying to hit Faust. Wait, actually, hold up. We can slow him down. Okay, unfortunately we had to start over everything, but that's fine. Okay, so none of these are hitting Faust. She's gonna be fine. I think I'm gonna go sleep now. My head is hurting. Good night, everyone. Yeah, sleep well, Lou. Woo! You will be executed, as it is written. It's a good thing we didn't corrode. Alright. Alright. We gotta make sure that Faust stays alive because she's the healer. Alright. There she goes, kicking ass and taking names. Alright, I think I'm gonna, like, try to... I feel like that's a little too strong. Dominating on that. It will equal 12. And this will equal... yeah, it will be higher. Struggling... Fuck you, bitch boy! Dullahan! Alright. We're doing pretty well right now. Oh man, that was not good. I landed the coin on those two. I wasn't supposed to. Hey, we won! Alright. I thought he had a lot more health. It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Yes, I love it when humans let their blood boil. But this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we tear him into pieces. This, I don't know if we can. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of the warp train was proving to be a significant boost to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corp. At the K-Corp border checkpoint, or at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The Sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were at a breaking point. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part gets regenerated. I am so very hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought. Shut up! You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to... I survived for 200 years on that disgusting, horrible... No, I don't even want to think about it. Shut up! Be quiet! No, I'm sorry. I'll be good. Please, let me have a sip. Just the smallest sip, please. It won't matter. It won't matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all of thy flesh and bones and organs are crushed into a vicious, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... My kindred... My child... I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do something. Your responsibilities, the blessings of your father must be repaid, no? What can I do? Find their weakness, break their ankle, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began to looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. It is that way. It's that the way they fight. Reminds me a lot of how we prosthetic using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such an abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look after what's really important, like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground the master keycard Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Don Quixote, stop her, now! Oh, my father, I offer this gift to you. Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mercel, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card. This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of bloodbags for the kingdom's prosperity. No. Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante, I believe that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversary. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence, however, her loss of the master keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance has been greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this plight, Faust took the moment to deep breathe. Faust took a deep breath, as if she were about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you've guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought to you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the master key card is but one innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus, the only option that remains at present is to compromise. Hey, you there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them, or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire. Compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur? I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well then. Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? I alone will accompany Dante to this negotiation. Let me make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So Faust suggested that we move this conversation to a place without the sinners. Must have sounded pretty sweet to him. Just you two, huh? Yes, as you are aware, the freight train is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we have to offer to one another. That Klaus must be thy monarch, then, hmm? And thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate, then. It is only right that a member of royalty talks to no one else but the one of who is his equal. Mancher, Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus, we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. Peak coming? Soon? Oh? What? With that, the doors shut. The door closed shut behind us. Oh, something's about to happen. The negotiation. So it's just story. So this passageway leads straight to Mephistopheles? This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I was planning on commencing the parade so soon, or creating kindred at all. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has re-established my connection to Faust. Oh shit! Ow, my throat. Did you know that this would work? No, and I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypothesis. This success helps me compromise Miss Rodeo's fascination with gambling. Wait, this success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Rodeo's fascination with gambling. A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Faust in the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced towards the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master keycard? If thou were just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible. And thine wish is to leave this place, is it not? Once I relinquish to thee this keycard, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live happily here ever after, like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for ideal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Upon arrival, our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased. We will have no way to relay the news, whether it will be a success or failure. if we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp will inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes place over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that's something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of the train, and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply, yet the lack of reply was a reply all of its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this. Don Quixote? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to the reach of the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her again. What? You want to stay here for essentially an eternity with this train? I know what this is all about. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I snap this in half, you will have to spend eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome it, even if it means exacting eons of penance upon thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wiggle free from our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond the limits merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me. Thou mustn't let him live. Manager Esquire. Don Quixote, letting him destroy the key means that you will be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Then I shall fill the millennia with tales of most exciting that I had once read in the magazines. No amount of time, however inevitable, shan't be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly, you are aware that... Certainly, you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way, no? Thou art possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Esquire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain, and the sinners remain unharmed? Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. A second too late. Oh, Father, forgive my transgressions, for I am about to create another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become my next kindred. Wait, thou shalt become my next kindred! Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Oh. I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust? What do you mean, the solution? According to this information I had reviewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word about what is about to happen. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air. The strings on her shoes unravel as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor, and I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protected of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Ah! Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine, with dear Rocinante, in sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of the trials that had struck me. It had been a loyal steed by my side, for however long it had been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Ah, Manager Esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Aha! Be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small Girls is torching TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as a small girl. Evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running Rocinante. Oh, I have always been certain that something so esteemed as the Manager Esquire would care to ask me how Rocinante fareth. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together, even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are not bound by a need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity Don Quixote also wears a pair of running shoes. Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off? Fie, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest. She looked at me with a puzzled eyes, as though taking those pairs off of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelming power of pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then the darkness. No, that's impossible. There she is. Oh boy. In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. You are the second kindred. How did you? I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red, as she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through the shimmering I think I saw red eyes. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks towards the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy! Oh, venerated ancestor! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg! Insolent worm. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your mouth, maw, shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loves so much, puddling on the floor, heated under the searing sun. You. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante. To me. Rocinante? I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one. One day. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. So that's how we were gonna see it. I knew of Don Quixote being a blood fiend for a while. I was just wondering when it was gonna happen. Like I said, this is an opening to Canto 7. Yeah, I kind of figured, considering that, like, she mentioned Rocinante, there seems to be importance to Don Quixote, the blood fiends. Yeah, this is starting to make sense. Alright, more story. Oh my god, it's been 4 hours. Fuck, I need to stream Limbus Company earlier. But I kind of messed up on my schedule. Sometime later. Can somebody explain what just happened? In a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would be all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the fright car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Most had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the blood fiend. Therefore, whatever measure it was that manager had taken, it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most excludes 3 individuals. Thus, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3s? Faust, the manager, and Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Huh? Really? Them? Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I have identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices moments before my loss of consciousness. Jeez, fucking Mersal is like a fucking computer. Right. So what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold? She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not in any risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation. How she practically erased the blood fiends and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word about what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, Wait, that reminds me. Where's the key card? Last I remember, it was in Corsetti's hands. Who's in a far more presentable state than he was in before. Wait, so what about the key card he was holding, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded with his finger bones. It appears to have become one of his middle phalange. No. Wait. Oh no. Everyone calm down. Calm down. I said calm down. I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of these doors open? The master key card is not an absolute necessary element to resolving this situation. Huh? How? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate an explanation that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. We can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. Huh? The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us over. So we headed to the corridor past the back room. Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders and arrived at our destination. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in. Sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me. To explicate, it can... Grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained the gist of the plan. To put it simply, we will spend the time at the space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds, going by the A-Corp timescale. All we must do is remain somewhere in our original destination for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of our corridors. Wait, are you seriously just gonna open that door? With this many doors here? Are you sure that it's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is guaranteed. Lass, at least tell us what's past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for the future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oi, wait! Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now please, enter through this door. With Faust's command, we quickly walked into a building that looks like a decorated hospital of sort. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Aren't we indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes. I got sand in my mouth. Wait, no way. Is this a sandstorm? But aren't we in a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then the sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in the same indifferent rhythm before dragging us to the end. So, we managed to return safe and sound. And the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we'd never make it. Whoa, are you guys okay? How did these passengers... We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of the cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
귀사의 의뢰를 받고
We are employees of Limbus Company who boarded the train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of our employees must be sleeping inside of one of the employees must be sleeping there. Oh, that, huh? I've never seen it in action before. Let me go check. Thanks to that, inside it was, huh? There isn't anyone there. Huh? Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate. I guess these folks aren't all in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken? I doubt that.
잘못한 모양이네요.
We must have suffered a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well. We'll see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word. Wait, which gesture? I forgot which one. The nod? Have we arrived? Rise and shine, lass. Had a nice kip, did you? I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we travel again. Understood. Any and all relevant spots will relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA, and Virgilius was already there when we arrived discussing this stuff. I will now leave with I will now leave with Charon to go watch as they unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me to that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust, "Why did you do that?" Faust's body quite literally blasted into pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen, because it was the preferable course of action to letting the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock, despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is... That is something I have been aware of since the LCCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA superiors that this knowledge remained withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communication, including Faust, has been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters' authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may remain obscure still, we are once again returned. Returned. That was the layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our destination. We've returned to our daily lives. Thus, the usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned. Yes. Faust quietly affirms Yi Song's rather nebulous question. Please, do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose that I shall see her again? She shot a puzzled look at Yisung. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yisung mused ambiguously before leaving us. Phew. Incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. But it was also an opportunity to learn so much. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. How do we find ourselves in P Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched? I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There was no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith he saw in the Faust that who believes in uncertainty rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see the Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual barely noticeable smile. I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bough. Whew! Hooray, we are done! Hold up, I really need to do this. I gotta collect these. But anyway, we've done it. We finished this in one stream, which I was very scared was not going to happen considering how long it felt. But we did it. We finished it in one go. A lot longer than I thought it would be. I really need to start streaming this at 1 p.m. instead. But anyway, that was a very good intervallo. I enjoyed the characters, I enjoyed the story, I enjoyed the Blood Fiend, and also the introduction to another version of Don Quixote that I unfortunately already knew about because when I first heard of Limbus Company, I've heard so much about her and being a vampire. But yeah, that was a really good intervallo. But that's going to be it for today, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys have a wonderful day or night, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.